Ba-da-ba-ba-bow. Hello. Good morning. Oh, is it good morning, good evening? I think I just choked on a kernel. I wanted to snack on some popcorn before we went live. Hello, good evening. Good afternoon? We'll figure it out. Hi, friends. Hello. Hello. I'm so sleepy, but that's okay. I was also so sleepy when we went, when we let live on Monday. So I'm just a sleepy gal. I did a lot. Yesterday I took a full-on rest day. I fully rested myself. I wanted to do things, but I was like, you're gonna stream tomorrow, and if you do anything on the computer, you're gonna be regretting it. So I actually took a full-on rest day yesterday. I finished my book. I'm in the middle of reading the Crescent City series right now. It's by the same author that wrote the Akotar series and the Throne of Glass series. Gabby! I want to say hi, but I apologize that I'm going to sleep. Hope to be able to watch your live stream again. Thanks so much for dropping by. I totally understand. We live across such extreme time zones. I also can never watch your streams because I'm usually asleep, especially these days. I go to bed at a normal hour. But I thank you so much for dropping by and saying hi. I really appreciate it. I hope you have a good night's rest. I've been looking at your character here, and the summer one is so cute, Gabby. I was like, that's so cute. I want it. I want the summer one. Wait, Game of the Year for 2025 already announced? We're late. I was supposed to play Game of the Year for 2024 in December. Okay, Ash, okay. And then I got sick. So we're here. It's so cute with the ice cream. I thought it was adorable. I was like, man, if I had money, maybe after this month's payout, after this month's payout, I'll be able to afford an illustration by Gabby again. But hello, Astro Bot 2? Truly. That would be so cool. I'm excited. I'm so excited. Hello, Ash. I hope you're having an okay day. Oh, you really are? I love your illustrations. They're so sweet. If I had an endless amount of money, I would spoil all of my artists. I would get as much art as possible. I mean, I essentially do that right now. Whenever I have any extra money going about, it immediately goes into art. After my subathon in April, I'm gonna need some updated art, Gabby, so don't worry. I want art. I know. You should. You want art of Ash? Or do you want Lottie art? I was curious if people wanted Lottie art. I'm curious. I've been thinking about it. You guys. I've been thinking, do people want Lottie art? Do they? Yes. You guys, if you hear me wheezing, I'm so sorry. I had a doctor's appointment today, but it's with my hematologist, so it was my blood person, and they're like, your blood looks good. And I was like, would you happen to know anything about this wheezing that I have? And she's like, no. And I'm like, I am recovering from a flu / possibly COVID. I don't know. I tested negative for it, but there's a possibility that like I just have antibodies still. Like I got it some other time. So like it came up as negative, but ever since the flu, I have this wheezing and it only happens on the exhale and it drives me insane, especially because I'll be trying to lay down to sleep and I'll just hear wheeze, wheeze. And I'll be like, what is that wheezing? And then I realized one night it was me and I was like, oh, you son of a bitch. I don't think I have like what's it called where there's liquid in your pneumonia or anything, because I would still be sick, but I might have some residual wheeziness from the cold is what I'm thinking. And that's what she thought too. She was like, no, but I would go talk to your PCP. And I was like, yeah, you're probably right. But I may get some art for our subathon. We'll see. I'm working with some people at the moment. I'm working with some people at the moment, but I am unsure if we will get it all in time. So that's why I said unsure. But I am hoping that we can get some art at least for the subathon. And I might make like some paintings for the subathon. Haven't decided. It really just depends on these stupid hands. What was it? Monday after stream, I was working on my mascot and my hands started hurting and I was like, That's also why I took a rest. Wow, I had a little bit of lisp come through. Rest day on Tuesday, and I was like, I'm just gonna let my hands rest. I'm gonna read my book. I just finished. Well, tell those stupid hands to stop being stupid. I know. You took a Wes. Oh, that's funny, actually. I think Wesley would approve. He loves those type of jokes. Wait a minute. What's going on? My lamp's not working. There it is. I just realized my lamp wasn't working. I have a lamp so that like when it gets dark, the camera can still read my face. But how is everybody? How is your Wednesday treating you? How did Tuesday and Wednesday treat you all? Anything exciting these past 2 days? How's Monster Hunter Wilds going for people? No. I did see a little bit. I did see that you still have a missing employee. At first, okay, I'm not gonna lie, when you were like, this guy, he's been in and out of the office, I was like, maybe he got the cold, because I am genuinely someone that gets sick. And like I get sick, like Wesley and I got sick for 2 weeks. So I genuinely thought this person that Ash kept complaining about was somebody that was truly sick. But now that it's been a month, I'm like, unsure. They could still be sick. Like, don't get me wrong. I've gotten sick for a month as well. But I was like, unfortunate that Ash has a coworker that doesn't want to work. I finally got to the monster I've been wanting to fight. Ooh, which monster? Which one would that be? Ooh. I don't know all of the monsters on Monster Hunter. I only know a couple. You know what also I was looking at? Okay. Ustuna. I really like its armor. Oh, that's right. Because you hunt the monster and then you get the parts to make the armor, right? That's how World worked. Yeah, I forgot about that. That makes sense. That makes sense. Is it really cool armor? Oof. My tummy. But, for the last 2 days, I've been doing good. You can, show me, Ray. You can show me. I will let you know. I will let you know my comments. I also saw that some friends were doing Savage content last night. I was watching for a little bit, but then I got invested in my art, so I stopped paying attention. I'm bad at multitasking. How did that go? How did y'all do last night? Did you guys were you able to get the axolotl? I want an axolotl. I didn't realize that the axolotl was from the P12S. I also, if you guys have subscribed to the YouTube channel, I too want axolotl. Also, spicy danger noodle. I love spicy danger noodle. The danger noodle is so fun. I feel like I could do it, to be honest with you. I feel like I could probably get a clear really quick and then come out of it, but I might be entirely wrong. I am unsubscribing from Final Fantasy this month, though. I am taking a break. I haven't logged on for the past 3 months. And I was like, that's like $15 a month that could go towards something else because I haven't been logging in. So that's the main reason. I honestly, since stopped being raid content, I only enjoy like when the patch drops. So I might just be a patch person. Like I might subscribe when all the patches drop and do the story, and then unsubscribe, and then I'll subscribe again for when expansions. It's not that I'm completely against raiding anymore. It's so much of your time and investment, and I have so many things I want to do now that I don't I don't want to go back to it. I feel like I've gotten so much more done and accomplished since breaking up with raiding. I feel like I've done so much. I've been able to play so many games. Hello, Sherbina. Hello. How is you? We were talking, I said I saw that some of y'all were playing Final Fantasy last night. That's the other thing too, Trey, is I can't raid longer than an hour to 2 anymore. I used to in my young days. I'm tired. Had a bunch of Bruno appointments today. Oh, you're so valid. Are we good though? Is he doing better? No more worms and stuff like that? My vet appointment was on Monday, gal. I was stressed. It was only a 1-hour appointment. It was expensive though. Holy. They did a fecal test, and the fecal test was like $100 alone. And I was like, what the French? Yeah, I mean, I used to be able to raid for hours, but the placement of like the hands on the keyboard for multiple hours is just not, it hurts. It hurts more than it helps. So that's why I enjoy playing the story now, because like you can you get long resting points between, you know, combat and moving your character because you're just going through the story. So you get like 20 minutes of story and then you move for, you know, 15 minutes and then you get another 20 minutes of story and then you move for 15 minutes. So it's a little bit more ergonomic on my hands. Whereas Raid, you're literally pushing buttons for 2 to 3 hours, which is rough. Thanks for the lurky, Sherp. I hope you are doing okay and that Bruno puppy is doing okay. I love you, gal. Enjoy Game of the Year. Thank you. I'm excited to play Astro Bot. I'm very excited. What else was I gonna say? Oh, I keep getting sidetracked by comments. It's nobody's fault. It's just I'm easily distractible. I finished A House of Sky and Water, I think. Let me look up the Crescent City books. House of Sky and Breath. Okay. So I finished Crescent City in January. And then I'm trying to decide, is House of Sky and Breath technically been, because we're technically through 5 days in February. Did I technically finish it in February or do I technically finish in March? Because it kind of feels like a cop-out to be like, I finished the book of March, when I really just finished like 100 pages in March. It was like one reading session, genuinely, 6 hours. So, I was like, I don't know if that counts as my March book. I can say I completed it in March, but I don't know if that's like counts towards my March tally, if you know what I mean. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? So, I finished that last night. And the third book, I'm probably going to start after I finish a different book. I need a break. I said this last time. The main character, I both love and hate her. She just gets annoying sometimes. She's really strong-head, like strong-willed, which is really an admirable with a character, but at the same time is infuriating because they'll be like, no, I don't believe you. This isn't the truth. And I'm like, hey gal, everything is pointing to it being the truth. I think we need to put our pride down a little bit and listen and agree that maybe this isn't the reality that we thought it was. I think we might be wrong about this. So she just makes me a little frustrated. But I'm gonna start, there's a duology that I'm gonna start. It's called The Dark Window, and I think it's like the Throne of Crown. The Twisted Crown. I had to look behind me to my bookshelf. I figured I could read one of them and then I'd start the book, because the fourth book of the Crescent City series comes out May of this year. So I'm like, I kind of want to read them all. And then I'll be able to read the fifth or the fourth book when it comes out in May. So, but it's interesting because Crescent City has kind of opened up in a way that they're all connected to the other ones. Like now we're actually connecting to the other books. So I'm like, fuck, none of this is going to make sense to me because I haven't read ACOTAR and I haven't read Throne of Glass. I don't know what these things mean. I don't know who these characters are. So we'll see. I probably shouldn't have started with Crescent City. I probably should have started with Aquachar, but the books for Crescent City were so much prettier, and I was like, ooh, pretty art. Anyone else like that? Do you look at a book and go, ooh, pretty art? The only time I don't is they're like the hockey ones. I'm not really big into the sport romance. There was like a really pretty book, and then it said like, she's in love with a hockey player, and I was like, putting it back. Putting that back. It's not necessarily hockey. It's like any sort of football, hockey. Not really big into, but surprisingly am into assassins, taekwondo, bounty hunters. So I don't know. I just have a niche, I guess. I haven't grabbed a book in ages. I love reading, but I kind of didn't grab any books last year. I bought a bunch of books last year, but I was like, oh, I haven't read any of these. And I was like, so I made it as a personal goal to read a book a month this year, because I used to read a lot. So I'm excited. I've been actually really enjoying my book time because it helps me decompress in a way that I didn't realize that I needed. You know, when you sit there and you're like, oh, this is actually really fun. I really enjoy this me time, this quality time that I'm doing. That's the same with art. Like when I would throw pottery or paint a painting, I would get really into it. Like it was very, very, very calming for me, because I would be like just painting away and not thinking about things. So I'm kind of balancing everything out this year. I'm just hoping I balance it correctly. It's rough. I'm not going to lie. I'm not going to lie. But I did my walk today. Also, I did a walk last night. The goal was to do a walk in the morning and a walk after dinner, and we did it. We started yesterday. I'm probably going to ease into the evening ones because I was a little bit sore this morning. So I was actually sore and like really tired. I woke up really late today. I woke up at 11. I woke up at 7, and then I started walking around, and Wesley was like, walk? And I was like, I'm really tired actually. I think I'm just gonna use the restroom and fall back asleep. And I did, and I woke up at 11, and I was like, oh, I was tired. I was sleepy. So easing into the evening walks. But I'm proud of myself, making healthy habits, reading, you know, and eating a lot of cooked meals, you know, thinking protein, all that stuff. So happy with our progress so far. We're only like 1 week into streaming, but hopefully I can manage all of it. Just adding things onto my list, but also being like, I don't want to fail. I'm like, I don't want to mess up. What's the last book you read, Ash? Do you remember? Have you ever picked up a book for pleasure though? Like, or have you always only read because, you know, like for class or something? I'm just curious. I think it's so interesting. Forgot what the last book I actually got was. Interesting. I can't imagine a life where I wasn't like reading. But it is, and it, you know, it is an interesting thing because I feel like not everybody likes reading, just like not everybody likes math and stuff like that. But I could never imagine not reading for pleasure. I did get a book from my uncle when I visited LA for family stuff, but I haven't started reading it. Oh, that's valid. I do that too. I'll buy a book in the bookstore while traveling because you end up waiting in the airport. Okay, I got slightly distracted. I was about to jump to the game. But are you guys the type of people that show up with plenty of time to the airport? Or are you the type of people that like time it down so that you get there just in time and might possibly miss your flight? Because I've been on TikTok recently and I'm beyond surprised by the people that are like, I'm gonna get to the airport within an hour of the flight leaving. And I'm like, my anxiety could never. We always go 2 hours early. And then we always give like a little extra time to like get food and grab a book and sit at the gate. I don't know how people can just show up within a couple minutes of it and be like, yeah, that's plenty of time. My anxiety could never. Excess time for me, I know, same. I could never. Because here's the thing. That time, that like extra hour that you got at home is like, it could be time that you missed the flight and then all that work and money that you put into that trip is down. Like it's gone. You just wasted all that money for what? For what? That's like my thinking, but that's just me personally. Personally, I wouldn't be able to do it. Okay. Let's get to it. Astro Bot. Oh. Elgato. Here you go. What do you mean you don't see it? Oh. This is a camera. I wonder if this is what's been acting up with my... Hold on, friends. This is a little bit different. But you guys can't hear it. Mm-hmm. Okay. Now the game audio should be coming through. I remember the last time we tried doing this, the capturing program that I used, they stopped using they stopped supporting it. So I forgot about that. Okay. Astro Bot! Here we go. I always overestimate how long it will take to get through security. Oh, that too. I'm always afraid. There was one time where it was like, we ended up taking like an hour alone through security. And I was like, never again. I don't ever want to do that again. I was stressed. This is so cute. I like that you can do memory cards. It's a blast to the past. Oh, it's coming through my remote too. That's so cute. That I really like that about PlayStation controllers. I think that's like a fun little thing. Ooh. You can't hear it. I'm trying to talk a little bit so that you can hear the sounds on my little remote. Look at them dancing. They're so cute. Uh-oh. Oh no. Aliens. No. Oh no. Oh shit. The aliens are trying to destroy us. Not that! Bye-bye. Our PlayStation! Yeah, not our PlayStation 5 spaceship! How dare you destroy it? Is that the motherboard? No, the motherboard is the actual... Nope. Yes. The chip. What's the chip? What is... I know the graphics card is an actual... The motherboard is also a motherboard. And the graphics card is an actual physical thing. What is the small part called? I know, there goes $800. Trying to remember what that little piece is called. CPU. Thank you, processor. Oh. Ooh. I'm Bucky. Hello, welcome back. Welcome back. Oh my gosh, the remotes are coming. The noises that are coming out of my remote are adorable. Oh! Oh no! An escape pod! Options. How are you, Poggy? How are you doing today? We just started. Oh my goodness, PlayStation coins. Oh, I like that it brings up the controller. Escape pod. Oh, I need to punch it. Oh no, it's not an escape pod, it's a satellite. Chilling in my hotel room doing some schooling. That sounds exhausting. Are we working out of town for work? Is that what's happening? Is that we're at a hotel? Oh! Here we go. We're flying. We're soaring, flying. Scott, welcome. I'm doing better. Thanks for dropping by and saying hi. Whee! Choo. How are you doing, Scott? It's been a while. I'm a flying. The CPU. I need it. How else will my PlayStation work? Dive in. Genshin updated. Lottie just started the game, already wrecked an $800 console. My game comes out tonight that I posted a few things about. Oh, the remake, right? That's so exciting. I haven't played Genshin in... Oh, ow. Hello? Bruh. Oh, okay. I can punch him. It's a RPG game, Trey, that... Ooh, okay. I don't know if I like this. Yeah, it's better. Please play Genshin? People play Genshin. Suikoden went into remaster. Yes. That's what it was. Yeah, the inverted was a bad idea. I couldn't remember. Oh, boop, 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 boop. I know, I haven't played Genshin in a while. I got really upset about the voice acting stuff. So I didn't want to play it. But I do kind of want to play through the stuff that, like, I haven't played. Like the story stuff that was still, I think, under the... But I'm not sure. That's why I haven't played it. Ooh. I had to give up on it a while back. Yeah. I also was playing the, what's the other? Honkai Star Rail. The one thing is, I will say, is that I really like the combat of Genshin. Honkai Star Rail, while it is streamlined, like, kind of put me to sleep. So, like, that's the one thing that I kind of find sad about Honkai Star Rail. I have not tried ZZZ yet. I am unsure. But I wouldn't mind trying it. This. I was like, I'm getting a little sick. It's one of my favorite JRPG franchises that's been dead since 2006, but Konami is finally doing something with it. Oh, the Suikoden 1 and 2 remaster? That's cool. I was actually just thinking about that, because I was like, what about Silent Hill? Are they going to make more Silent Hill games? I would really like more Silent Hill games in general, you know what I mean? The only horror game I've been playing lately is ZZZ. ZZZ is my favorite among the three. I did not like ZZZ at all. You didn't like the combat? So I did hear about that. Oh, what do you want me to do? Oh, they went into my controller. Cute. Hi, buddy. He's in my controller. Oh my gosh. Wait, that's so cute. I know, he did make... Well, he technically doesn't have ownership of the Silent Hill games, but then Konami also isn't doing anything with them, so I just kind of want them to let him do something with them. Because they technically have ownership of the Silent Hill games. I rescued two! Oh my gosh. I can toss them. That's so fun. But for like Honkai Star Rail, I love turn-based style, and since I can't play a lot of Honkai Star Rail is friendly. I will agree with that, Pocky. I agree that Honkai Star Rail is like very time efficient. I do agree with that. And you know, I think that's just it. I am not a big I'm not a big turn-based person. The closest turn-based that I would say that like is okay for me is probably the Persona games, but I'm not a traditional time-based RPG, which is funny because I like the Final Fantasy games. I don't know. But I hate XCOM. You know what I mean? I really hate XCOM. I've tried it so many times. My coworkers try to get me to play it so many times, and I just hate it. I hate that type of combat. Oh. Oops. Oh no! I died! The Persona games are really interesting to me. It might be, yeah, it might be the strategy bit that I'm not so much in love with, you know? Konami just stopped making all games for a long time, and I did not like that. Like them at all for a long time because of that. That makes sense. ZZZ is like button mashing to me, and I can't get into it, but like I have been trying to get back into Wuthering Waves. I haven't tried Wuthering Waves either. Castlevania, Contra, Bomberman, Silent Hill, Suikoden, and maybe the biggest Metal Gear. Oh yeah. I feel like we own all of the Metal Gear games, and part of me feels like that would be like a fun series to play. The Metal Gear series, I feel like would be really funny to play. I mean, I think they're fun to play. Oh, Fire Emblem. Fire Emblem's also difficult because they are a little bit on the more boring side of like combat, turn-based combat for me. Like they become a little too long. Like same with Persona. I actually feel like for me, when I play through Persona, I kind of have to actually kind of play with whoop. I almost, oh my god, it's Ratchet and Clank. That's so cute. Lottie doesn't like, it's true. I don't like super strategy games. Look, I'm playing a game to like relax, and playing a strategy game like kind of makes my head hurt. I don't mind it in small bits. If I were to play a strategy game for like an hour, I don't think it would be a problem. But it's because a lot of these RPG strategy games are like 20, 40 hours long. That would take me 40 days to beat. But when I played Persona, I actually did I played it side by side with a guide because I didn't want to think about all of that micromanaging. It's the micromanaging for me that gets... It's true, it's only Ratchet. Maybe Clink is somewhere else. That's what I enjoy about Genshin originally, but it became cool, the new unit simulator, and Honkai Star is becoming that too now, unfortunately. Yeah, I did hear that there's a bit, like, a lot of the new people seem crazy, and I'm like, wow, these new units seem really OP. I can't wait for the Metal Gear Solid 3 remake. I didn't know they were making a remake. I think Metal Gear would be fun to stream. But none of the streamers I watch have ever streamed that I know of. I think Metal Gear would be fun to play. I think that would be like a fun game to play. I have considered it, but I wasn't sure if people would be interested in watching me play Metal Gear Solid. You know what I mean? Oh. Oh. Don't play Girls Frontline 2 then? Oh. That's the game you like, right, Ash? Girls Frontline? Is that what Wesley plays? There's tons of dialogue, but it can be so funny. I like story-based games, though, so dialogue doesn't bother me too much. It's the gacha I'm playing right now? Oh, okay, I see. I feel like I've seen it somewhere. I know Wesley plays the Gun Girl game, like Nikke. He plays Nikke. I've shared some pictures. I thought so. Yeah, that's probably why I'm like, I feel like I recognize it. In Wispin and Sherp server? Oh, okay. Where is he? Got it. I did it! It's a gotcha. Yeah. Oh, see, Honkai Star. I think I just have an auto update, so since they're on my PlayStation, I don't have them on my PC anymore. It's a penguin! Wake up, penguin! Oh, he just went right back to sleep, I see. Is it this button? Oh! Wait, where did that bird go? I just started playing new gacha heavily inspired by Danganronpa. That's the one you posted the character of, right? Feel like? Yeah. Is that the one? Is Suikoden the one that has me with my cat, or was that the gacha game? Oh. The girl with yeah. Yay! I got a button. Oh, okay. Actually, that makes more sense. What color is her cat? Do you know yet? Whee! Nikki's an upgrade. Oh my gosh, she makes me fat. I haven't played one in a long time. No, you're so valid. But now you're gonna be able to play it, and that's exciting. Me praying forever for Beyond Good and Evil 2. As well as Kingdom Hearts 4. How was it? How did I? Oh, that's what it was. Oh, okay. I need to... Oh, interesting. Do you think there's something on this side? Doesn't look like it. I'm fat. I got a belly. Perfect. I've made it. I wonder how long this game is going to take us. I am a little bit of a completionist, so I'm probably going to have to start, like, not being a completionist, though. Because we will be playing this game forever if I do not. Is there any robots down there? That's the one thing I feel like I've had to really stop doing as a streamer. Like if I'm playing games on stream, I can't be 100% of a completionist because because we would be here forever playing the same game. Oh, Infinite Nikki. That, on the other hand, I've been enjoying a lot of Infinite Nikki. It kind of became my, like, thick game, so... Oh, little tulips. Is this the end? Cozy. It's been, yeah, it was really cozy, so... Wait. Oh, I see. I have to grab it from him. I understand. What a cute little game. We did it! Oh my gosh, I'm missing... Oh, there is another PlayStation character somewhere. It probably is Clank. Creamy Canyon. What games are you guys looking forward to this year? I know a lot of people are excited and have been excited for Monster Hunter. Oh. Oh, I see. It's Snake! Snake, right? It's him! It's the guy we were just talking about. Isn't it? Isn't this him? Metal Gear Snake? Subnautica 2 mainly. No idea what's coming out this year. If that even comes out this year, I forgot. I already forgot what I'm expecting. I know, same. Isn't this him? This man right here? Fun. He's a fun little man. I found him. Oh shit. That ladybug wants me. Oh, that's just an ice cream. Oh, I can put him over here in this hole. Sorry, ladybug. Yes, because he looks grumpy. Is he always grumpy? I've only seen clips, so I don't know much about the game such as character, other than you hide in boxes. You hide in boxes. My bad. Hold up. I just noticed something. Yeah, how do I get down here? Now, who's this man? Who's this man in this? I never really used the boxes when I played. That's all I've seen is him getting like around in really ridiculous boxes. Ah! Oh my god. Okay, I did it. Oh, no! Get me back up! Can I hit him out of it? Oh, it's unfortunate. It's a meme for sure, though. That's all I've seen of the game is him in the box. The way the little robot moves is cute. Oh. Wait, is it just a picture spot? Wait, he's so cute. Is this just a picture? That's really cute. Okay. Well, I thought it was a goodie, but it was not a goodie. It was just a picture spot. Oh, well. That's okay. Cute things are cute. Ah! I almost fell. Also, if you don't know him, it is the first game in the timeline. Oh, is it? Is it better to play it by game release or by timeline? I got him! I don't know who this man is. Psychic Menace can achieve anything he puts his mind to. Oh my goodness, look at the seals. They're so cute. Oh, he's the villain from Metal Gear Solid 1. I see. That's kind of cute. It's a game celebrating all of their games. Like all their exclusive games. I think that's really cute. Oh. Wow! Wow! Oh shit! Oh shit! Okay. I have been mainly a PlayStation enjoyer. I did only own a PlayStation for the longest time, but the Xbox I got a little bit when I was older. Oh. He breaks the fourth wall and tells you what game you will like to play by reading. Wait, he breaks the fourth wall and tells you what games you like to play by reading your memory card on PlayStation 1. Not sure how it worked. It would work on newer consoles. Oh, interesting. That's really cool, though. I think games like that, where like they take your game knowledge, is like horrifying, but also kind of cool. Like Doki Doki Literature Co-op. Oh, I've missed all the main bots. Mystery Ninja. Neither friend. Is there something above? Yeah, I think like it's super creepy, right? But it's also like really interesting because you're like, how does the video game know that? Oh, I see. Oh my God. This is difficult. This is difficult. Stop hitting. Stop hitting each other. Oh my God. Oh my gosh. Just get in the thing. I need you to stay on that. Yep, right there. Screw that memory card. Actually, maybe if I just wait over here patiently. Oh, there's a robot over there. It has indeed been a very long time. I had to take an unexpected health break, a little health hiatus, but I'm finally on the mend. So, oh yes, go there, go there. No. Stay. Yay! Robot rescued! Rescued! How have I been? I'm doing so much better now. I took the time to like really get back into healthy habits and make sure my health was a little bit more stable, but I'm hoping that I'm here to stay for a while without any health issues. Oh, is this a boss battle? How have you been, Pi? How's life been? Oh! Platforming's hard. Oh, bitch. I missed. I had a feeling I would miss this one. But yeah, we just had to take a small little break, take care of our health, and now we're back, hopefully, for a long, long time. Life has been a hell of a roller coaster, but I'm trying to adjust. I totally understand. Take the time that you need. It's not easy when life gives you unexpected challenges. Oh. What am I supposed to do? Left, right. What am I supposed to do? Okay. That was a little bit more difficult. Yeah, sometimes life can be so unpredictable and you have absolutely no control over it. It can be rough. So don't feel hard about it. Take the time you need to adjust. But I'm so glad to see you. I was really sad because I felt like I was really getting somewhere. Like I was making new friends. I was making good strides in content creation, it felt like. And then I got really sick and I needed to take the time. But it's been so nice seeing people come back and say hi. It's been so nice to see people come drop by and say hi from before I had to take the break. I've been very grateful. Oh. I did it. Oh. Nice. How are you liking the game? It's very cute, Trey. Have you played this game before? Oh. Hello. I like that there's a bot. There's like a cat bot. Yeah, take that, cactus. But I do play the, I did play the Astro. Yeah! I thought that was so cute. The Astro Bot stuff, like the demo Astro Bot stuff was really fun. Yeah. Hello. It's Crash Bandicoot! I also played the PSVR stuff. That was fun. Oh, that's right. I wish I could play VR stuff. Genuinely, I wish. I get so bad motion sickness though. There was this one game though that Wesley was having a hard time with, and he was like, can you play this one spot from and I was like, sure. And I was able to, oh shit. I was able to do it. And that one I didn't have a bad motion sickness with, but oh, I see. That was kind of crazy. That was technology that I wasn't expecting. Oh, cute! Look how cute! I think it's so cute because they did a lot of like stuff. Oh. That's like pretty creative in my opinion, but it's also celebrating their like history. Ooh. Ooh. Where are you? Oh shit. I see why there's a... Where are you? Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Okay. Woo! That was crazy. Oh. Hey. Ah, son of a bee. Platformer games are hard, in my opinion. I'm always like, I played these as a kid, and then I'm like, how did I play these as a kid? Oh no. I got you, little buddy. Okay. I feel like we do need a certain amount of box to like unlock things, so. Oh. Nice. Nicely done. Oh, motherfuck. That was frightening. The little robots are cute. They're so cutie. Ah, robots, stay away. Okay. Woo. I did it. I did it without dying. Crash is such... Crash? I'm trying to think. I did own Crash. Crash Bandicoot was like... Oh. One of my first games? But I didn't own the Bandicoot games. I owned the... Oh. Oh. I own the Crash Bandicoot racing game, the Nitro / like... Nitro Racing? Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit! A little stressful. Oh, I died again! Difficult. Can I hit it back? Okay, so I think I need to hit it with the arms for distance. Okay. Ah! Whew. That That was a little stressful. Okay. Spicy, spicy. There's something over there, though. Did you see that? There's something shiny in there. Oh. Hello. Hello, buddy. I wonder who it's gonna be. Oh, is it the mask? Do you think they have a mask, little buddy? Oh, I see. Oh. This is some crazy. Ah! I did it. I love stumbling into clearing something. Like, you didn't really mean to do it, but you definitely somehow managed to. Oh, shoot. What's in here? Oh. Oh, it's like a... Okay. It's like a special level. Oh, I wonder if that means that other places have special level. Oh. Okay. Ooh, sticky. Sticky. Okay. Get it? Okay. Ooh. Oh! Jack! From Jack and Daxter! Right? Echo Warrior left a legacy worth the precursors. You know, I'm realizing that I played a lot of... I'm realizing I played a lot of PlayStation games. I couldn't remember who was Jack and Daxter though, that's all. But yeah, I think that was Jack. Oh shit. Oh. How do I just let go? I can't remember. I was like, I forgot. Oh, Jiminy Christmas. Oh my gosh, this is cheating. Cheating. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. I did it. Look, orange cat looking guy. You're right, you're right. It's been so long. I played all of them. I played Ratchet and Clank. I played Spyro. I played Jack and Daxter. Did I say Crash Bandicoot? I didn't play a lot of the adult games because obviously I was a kid, but also my parents didn't buy them for me. My parents bought me like a Toy Story game. I never beat it though. I got stuck. I'm trying to remember where I got stuck. Oh, okay. Hello? Oh! 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 I see. My bad, my bad, my bad. I could have used my thing. I didn't realize. Well, that's okay. Hello, birds. Oh, shit. I don't recognize those birds. sure what game this is. I don't think I played it. I think my only adultish games would probably be, I had Final Fantasy. I owned Final Fantasy. Which one did I own? 10? 10. I own 10 and 12. Those are like my first RPGs. And then... oh shit. Oh! Sorry. I forgot. I thought I had the arms still. I thought I had long arms. Final Fantasy 10 and 12. Kingdom Hearts, I feel like, was the middle. It's like not necessarily a full-fledged Final Fantasy game, but also not a full-fledged. Oh. Oh. How exciting. Because it was like half Disney, half... I don't know what this game is in reference to, though. Oh, Ape Escape? What was it? Was it the Nintendo thing? Recently, there was like a game thing. Or maybe it was PlayStation. And there was a ad for some sort of Ape Escape / something crossover. And, I got so excited to realize, and then I realized it was not. Oh, I have a dog on my back. I did not realize. When did that happen? There's also that one game that was like a rhythm bass where it was like XX square. XX square squares. I played that one as a kid. Thought that one was fun. Oh, it's like I see. Oh, is that what all these paint cans are for? Not you. I can just punch you. Look at all these paint cans. Somewhere else I need to go? I feel like... Oops. Is it... Okay. do that over again. You think this is enough? Shit. I don't know how you get that. Maybe we just leave it alone. There's a buddy up there. Okay. I hear you, buddy. I hear you. Hey. I'm trying to get to you. I don't know if this is actually how I'm supposed to do this. Yeah. How do I get up there? Did I just do a bad jump, maybe? I said, I'm not going to be a completionist, but I also... God damn it. Okay. I'm sorry, buddy. I don't know how to get you. I'm just bad. I'm a bad gamer. Bad gamer. Why do they always gotta do this? Why you guys always gotta do this? Okay. Oh, shit. Oh. Okay. That was not cool. Dun, 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 dun. Okay. Now we do these. Oh. Okay. Sumo wrestler. Oh, push him out of the ring. I see. That's funny. That's cute. Oh, dang it. That's one franchise I haven't really played. Which one? Which franchise? I don't even remember what I said. It's a photo. actually even know what this is. I don't know what franchise we're playing right now. You think it's easy until two things show up at the same time. There you go. Oh, hi, buddy. Oh, see, I missed the franchise ones. I don't know what I'm looking for, though, so... Is that really my fault? Oh, okay. Like, what game had a robot dog that you could use as a... Not really sure. I don't even like remember commercials about this. Okay. I thought for a minute we were screwed. Huh. Oh, Ape Escape. That's what I was talking about, wasn't it? I really like this Ape Escape. I didn't own it. I just had a demo and I would play it over and over again. I don't know who this is. Shredding sheep. Why rap when you can shred? Maybe it is Rappa. Maybe it is the Rappa song, like, game. What is it called even? I can't even remember. Oh, hold up. No, there's a like a rapper song. Like the one where it's like push you know, X, Y, Z. Yes. Oh shit. Yes. Crap of the Rapper, something like that. Yes. Yes. No, I can't remember the name either. That's why I've been trying to think about it. I was like, Crappa doesn't seem right. Am I making things up? Oh my god. Okay. Oh my god. Dun, 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 dun. I wonder if I Google it, if it'll tell me what game it is. Oh, this one's hard. Oh, Astro Bot games. References. There we go. I don't know what this is called. Oh well. This is Construction Derby. I have 22 friends. Smash that lock. Let's do it. Let's do it. What's this? Oh, is it a bonus level? Retro Rampage. I was like, what's this thing on the side? There is a list, but I don't want to spoil myself, so. Oi! They squished me. Oh. Hi. Oh. This is the fighting game character. Ryu? Rio? Ryu. Oh, yeah? There you go. Oh, that's kind of cute. Hold on. What is this? Wait, there's so many things on this map? There's like so many hidden little, like, Easter eggs. That's so cute. Eee. Rolling Sola. Huh? What the? Oh, shit. Oh my gosh. Okay. 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 These levels are a little bit more challenging, but they're cute and they're fun. Nope. Okay. No, you beach. I didn't want to hit that. I need like good momentum going into this. Damn. Almost, almost, almost. No. Okay. Gosh. This is hard. This one's actually really difficult. Because there's like already momentum on the ball too. So it like Even though you would want it to continue to go, it'll start going against the opposite direction that you want. Okay. 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 This is the farthest we've gotten. You have to do it all? Oh gosh, there is no checkpoint. Woo. Okay. Maybe if I just go... Okay. Okay. Right here. Right here. Right here. Right here. Whoa. No, you biznatch! I was almost there. I was so close. You stupid game. Hey, buddy. Thanks for coming back. That was such a tragic thing. There was hope. Oh, gosh. I'm overcompensating. I need to stop. All right. No hesitate. Only do. Be confident. Be confident. Be confident. Be confident. Be confident. You are one with the ball. One. Oh, shoot. You are one with the ball. You can do this. You got so close. Buddy, it's not your fault, it's mine. Okay. I don't know how we did die there. No, not again. Okay. Okay. Just straight. 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 Maybe if I go to the side. I was past it. I don't know why I went back. Okay, you can do this. You can do this. Every time we get a little bit closer. Okay. And then just careful. Go to the side. Don't hesitate. No hesitate. Okay. Woo! I did it! I got a kitty! Aspirational. The purr is human. I did it. Woo! That was a little rough. Got it. It keeps telling me to come back here for some reason. Why? Why do I want to go back? What am I missing? Oh, do I have enough pieces to put like chips into it? Oh, look at it. Standing up. Very cute. Woo! You rescued your first bots. Many more are scattered across the universe, so search every planet and try to rescue them all. Oh. Oh. They're puzzle pieces. I thought they were... Interesting. Oh, they help me get things. That's cute. Okay. Sorry. One moment. One moment. One moment. Thank you. Thank you, buddies. Four more pieces. That's cute. What about this one? How many friends do I need? 10? Do what? What are we doing? Moving this rock. Hit the rock. Oh. Woo! Good job, friends. Who's bopping music? Good music. Bum bum ba-dum bum. Oh. That's funny and cute. All right, guys. Everybody off. Let's go. Oh, good job. Proud of you all. What's it? No punching. Bum, bum, ba-dum, ba-dum, bum. Nicely done, everybody. Nicely done. Nicely done. Teamwork makes the dream work. Really liking this teamwork that we're seeing here. Good stuff. Very proud of all of you. I think this probably also opens up like other levels for people. I need one more button. What time is it? Oh no, this little fox guy! He needs help! I saved you. Now I can gotcha. License to spend. The gotcha lab is open. Time to spend all your coins you've collected. Sounds good. Is that the only thing I need to use my money for? They're trying. Look at them build. A5. I'm not like a big tech person, so I don't know if this is like old graphic card or something that I just don't know about. Wow. Oh, there's a chance that you'll get like trash. Sunny. His name's Sunny. Maybe. Hey, it's the box we were talking about. Yeah. Cute. Oh, that's what Daxter looks like. That's right. Oh, cute. I don't remember what this is. The mask! That's what I was talking about. Oh, I don't know what this is. Oh, I think actually that's another snake reference, isn't it? Is that Raiden, I think? Oh, that's how they get their buddies. That's cool. So, like, that's how they get Jack and Daxter. I see, because now they have Clank and stuff. That's really cute. But only two? I did see another card. There you go. Oh, and this is what you're talking about, where like he was able to do things. By like playing. What's the new one, I wonder? Dual speed. Oh. That's cute. I like that you're able to get the like goodies for the characters. Oh, he doesn't get anything. Okay, I think we've done everything we can on this island. I'm gonna take a small break, like a small stretch break and water break and restroom break. So we're gonna go on a BRB and then we'll continue playing for a little bit longer, for at least another 2 hours. Okay, I'll be right back, friends. take this time to stretch, get some water, some snacks. It is dinner-ish time, so this would be a perfect time to get a snack. I'll be back. Welcome back, Beans. Thanks so much for waiting. I also grabbed a tiny snack. I've been trying to incorporate more protein into my diet, so I've bought a lot of things to try to help with that. One of them being like protein shakes, like protein, like Chobani. Oh shit. I grabbed one. I was getting a tiny bit of a headache. Shoot. I didn't get up in the air fast enough. I don't remember a gorilla. Oh, maybe it is Ape Escape. Oh, shoot. Hi, puppy. Oh shit. Welcome back, Thief. I'm glad you made it home safely. What is this combat? Not him calling out for his little buddies. It's so cute. I'm doing good. Thank you for asking. You just got back from a break. I grabbed a protein shake. Oh God. Oh God. Oh God, okay. Oh, that was music change, I just realized. Okay, sir. I need you to calm down. Hello? Okay. Whew. I have 2 hearts. Oh God. Okay. Okay, okay, okay. I'm just eating and going to Monster Hunter. Oh, that's valid. Gorilla angry. Oh, shit. Okay. Okay. Gorilla very angry. Okay. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Oh, she. Oh, hurry! Hurry! Is he dead? Angry gorilla dead? Ooh. Fireworks! Yeah! Yay! Oh! Ape Escape! Oh, I love this game! I wonder if I could play it now. I never was allowed to own it when I was a kid. My mom didn't buy it for me. But I love Ape Escape! Ciao! I love Ape Escape. This is one of my favorite games. A game that I didn't even own, but it was my favorite. There was like a demo. I can't remember what game had a demo. And it was just like the first 2 or 3 levels. Oh my god. It was so much fun. And I really like that you could like get gadgets that would help you capture new apes. Oh my gosh. Am I gonna be living out my Ape Escape dreams right now? Oh wait, I can be him. Oh my gosh. Cute! I really like this game, guys. Ape Escape was my favorite. I love it. To be able to play it in this game is cool. rescued. Oh, shoot. Oh. What does it do? This is a gadget that I clearly did not own. This one's a little bit more difficult because he's on that platform. Ah, fuck! I almost had him that one time. Shit. I keep pushing the wrong button. I keep falling! Dun, 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 dun. Wait, they're so cute with the little net. I know. I love Ape Escape. It's my favorite game. One of my favorite games. There you go. That was one of the harder ones. He's so cute. Yeah, I didn't realize you can like... Was it this button? I'm back here. It's just basically tag. All right. That was that. That one wasn't too bad. So 4 more. Oh, I unlocked something. Okay, was there another one over there? Damn it. Oh, where? I forgot how to throw things. When you have the explosive in your hand, you forget. All right. 3 more. 3 more escapes. Escapes. Two more. There's one up there, I think. Bitch. There you go. 4. Bruh. There you go. No. I did it. Okay, so I think there's one more, but I have a feeling that he's probably at the top. I think it's cute that everything is like bot. It's like bot worm, bot cat. Dun 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 dun. What the? Mothership's memory. Spectre. I don't remember this guy. I kind of remember him. Shoot. Oh, you have to do the whole thing over again? Okay. Oh. Come down here. Oh, God. I forgot how fast you were. He falls after a while, I think. Right now. Okay. Woo! I got this. All of them! I got them all! Albino antagonist. And now I got the motherboard memory. Let's go! I'm fixing my PlayStation. By fixing my PlayStation, do I nullify the warranty? I need to take my pill. I forgot. Momento. Oh no, momento. Okay. I mean, you have the right to repair, so. True. True. The warranty was void the minute the alien showed off the processor of its UFO. True. You rescued the mothership's memory. It's no use in this condition, though. Let's repair it. I fixed it. I put eyeballs on it and it's fixed. Oh God. Oh. Oh, now I gotta do the other side. My game is peaking. Hello. I like the little guys in the bottom just watching me. Oh! I hurt myself. Oh. Are they teaching me how to build a computer? I feel like this is what I do when I build my computer. I put these sticks in. I fixed it. Wow. Oh. Not the clapping. That's cute. Unforgettable. I did it. Unforgettable. Oh. I fixed it. What's that? Uh-oh. Something's crashing. Oh. Interesting. I'm realizing something. One moment. Hopefully it shouldn't peak from now. I have 25. Oh, it's the monkeys. That actually seems worthy. That seems like... Oh. Hello. Whee! Oh my goodness. Shit. Oh my god, I landed on it. How unfortunate. I'm gonna go kill these things first because it keeps killing me. Hello, bot. Thank you. I have 25. Let's rescue these bots. Everybody now. Bots rescued. Oops. Oh shit. I didn't make it. Sorry. You need to do it one more time. Okay. Rescue! Spyro! Oh my gosh! I love Spyro! I played the crap out of Spyro when I was a kid. I played so much of Spyro. I'm pretty sure I 100% completed it. Like, I love Spyro so much, you guys. Hey. There you go. Damn, I need 100 robots for that, huh? 30 for that one. 50 for that one. Where's the last buddy? Whee! I fix you, satellite. Do, 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 do. Wait, where are you sending me? Where are we going? Uh-oh. Is there more to this game than I know? Oh shit, I thought there was gonna be only 4 levels. There's more. I see. I was like, we can do a level a day and then we'll finish this in 4 days. How do I get up there? Good question. Haven't I done that before, though? Oh, that looks like Jack. Or, sorry, Daxter. I was still doing things over there. I wasn't done. I need to get all of these easy ones, and then I'll go back and do the other level. Sorry. This one was 50. That one was 30. How many is this one? Oh, see, I can do this one. Come on, buddies. Oh. Creative cursor. Actually not sure what that one is a reference to. Okay, up, 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 up. Do this one more time. I don't know what was to the left of us. Oh, let me go rescue this guy. Thank you. Okay. So we just need 50? Oh, I wonder if this one's related to that. Okay. Okay. Oh, how did I miss this? That's kind of cool. All right, friends. Time for us to continue our adventures. Onward to the next land. Onward. Onward, ho. I mean, tentacle system. 35. Oh. How do we get to the other lands then? This man has been defeated. This one has not been... Oh, wait, wait, wait. Hold on. Fuck. That's what I needed. Rumble, rumble. Oh shit. There you go. Oh. Bots. Baseball. Baseball games, huh? Is that it? Well, I guess so. Okay. I guess we go to this one. I guess this is the next level. This is the one we go to. It's him! Mr. Alien Man, who stole my CPU! Oh my gosh. What are you doing to it? Bruh, those things are delicate. What the French? Don't you understand how delicate CPUs are? This alien don't know. This is a game for sure. I remember playing it. I definitely remember this game. Oh gosh. I jumped right into it like a fool. Hi. What is this? Ah, dang it. Shoot! Oh, it makes me get out. Okay. What? Lame. What are you hiding over there, sir? What could you be hiding? Oh, coins? That's what you're hiding? That's a little disappointing. I thought it would be something else. Dun, 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 dun. Ba-dum, ba-dum. Oh, my bad. I didn't realize hermit crabs used, This, this music is so familiar. Thanks, buddies. Ba-dum, 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 bum. Ba-dum, ba-da-da-da. It's like so familiar, but I can't remember. There you go. Okay. Holy crap. What the heck am I doing with that? Ah! Okay. That was frightening. Woo! Okay, okay. Oh! I have a monkey now! How do I get the next one? Oh my gosh. That's bananas. Truly, truly bananas. This shit is bananas. B-A-N-A, Yana, yes. This shit is bananas. B-A-N-A, Anna, Anna. Oh. Oh shoot. It's a little hard to manage both movements. I just like forget. How do I get the thing though from the person? Can I swim out there? Oh. Okay. Oh. Motion controller. Interesting. Ah. I love how it varies the mix you use throughout the game. I know. I think I got that, so I don't need it, but... Oh, you know what? I wonder... There we go. Oh. Okay. Yeah, it does vary it up. So then, like, you're on your toes the whole time. What is this? Oh. Hi! Hi, little buddy. You can't get comfortable. Oh, wait a minute. There's something down there. Oh, it's the take a picture. Aloha. Cute. Oh, wait, look, the palm trees make a heart. Oh, that's cute. They did a really good job with this. Oi. I don't know. What do I do with this? Oh. Hey! Okay, but where's the one that's special? Where's the game one? That's why I came down here. I thought the special guy would be here. Oh. Elfin prisoner needs to be led by the hand. Who is that, I wonder? Some of these I definitely understand, and some of these go right over my head. Elfin prisoner. Who was an elfin prisoner? There we go. I was like, how do I get this? Oh, oh, oh. Okay. Oh, okay. Ba-dum, bum, ba-dum, bum. Oh, like you can go over there. Zip line. I don't know what that was. Oh shit. So many goodies. Oh. I really had to think about it. Oh shit. Who are you? Horned Protector. Sticks to the shadows. I don't think I know who that is either. Okay. Sorry, I hit the mic. Ah! Yeah. I had to think about it. Had to think about it. One, two, three. All right. Up, 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 up. Ah! Okay. Woo! That was close. That's all the bots. I didn't mean to. I mean, yes, I did mean to, but also like. Okay. Oh shit. Oh shit. This man was out to get me. Woo! It's vibrating. It's vibrating. 1, 2. Up. Up. Oh. Ah. Damn it. How was I supposed to know that would be there? That's tricksy. That's very tricksy. Oh. I skip. Feed. Wow. Woo. Is this like Monkey Skull Island? Is that a game, right? Were those originally on the PlayStation and I just didn't know? Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Okay. Okay. Woo! That was stressful. Now. Oh, yeah. Right there. It's a card! I found it. Hey. Oh, I see. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hit you guys. I didn't mean to hit my mic. I'm sorry if it was loud. Why would I need these? Is that bird here? Yeah, I had a feeling. Captain Pincer? What? I didn't even have control of my little character yet. Are you kidding me? I guess I did have control of him. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Oh shit. 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 Oh fuck. Bruh. That's hard. Okay. Oh, fuck. Fuck, 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 fuck. Okay, okay, okay. Quickly, quickly, quickly. Okay. Okay. That was stressful. How do I get out? Okay. I was like, how do I get out? Whoa. Holy crap. Look at all these diamonds. I found his booty. I found a warp hole. Oh. Ah. My handy dandy ship. Oh, what's this? Lost Galaxy. Light bulb limbo. Okay. What does that mean? Eee. Oh, it's kind of like Luigi's Mansion. Which, by the way, Luigi's Mansion is one of my favorites. Also a favorite of mine. I love Luigi's Mansion. For some reason, the Luigi's Mansion 2 remake is like crazy expensive though. I always check to see if it's on sale. It is not. Oh. I didn't realize you spit at me. You stinky. So it's pretty far away. Bot rescued. What? How do you... Oh, do you have to throw a thing at him? I wonder how you get over there. Is this Dante? Son of Sparta. Let's rock, baby. That's no... Is that Devil May Cry, Dante? Oh my gosh. Platforming's hard. What? Not this. I swore. That's annoying. Well. What? Platforming is hard. Oh. How interesting. I don't remember a game like this at all. Oh, blah, 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 blah. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. We need this light bulb. Okay. Okay. The electric people always get me. Oh, it's a fake coin? Why didn't I notice that last time? There you go. I see. I see. Puzzles. Oh, oops. I fell. My bad. Okay, go this way. Grab this. Go here. That thing, I already have the thing. Oh, God. I was on there. I hate when I become like jump happy on platforms because I'm like, just stay on the platform, gal. Just stay. Oh, shit. Wait, I'm missing one. You can't keep a good vamp down. But I'm missing one. Oh. Aha! I think it was Devil May Cry, though. I took a risk there. I could have really killed myself. We did it! Oh no, his head! Not the head. Is there more here? There's not. So like these exist on the world somewhere. Oh, it is marked. Trunk of Funk. Trunk of Funk. I got it! I did it! Cute! Okay. Wait, they're so pretty. Okay, foliage. There's little plant mans here. Oh, damn. Oh, damn. Those plants look like they want to kill me. They want to murder me. Ooh. That was almost a close call. Ooh. This place is so cute. Oh my gosh, you can ride the cow! Oh my gosh, look, you can take a nap with the cow. I love him. He's so cute. cute. I love it. Goodbye, cow. I need to play video game. What's this? There's a tennis ball. I see. Oh, I see. Almost. Almost, buddy. One more time. Damn. Okay, hold on. Damn. One more. Shit. You're right. I'm doing worse. What? How? How am I doing worse? Actually, that seems to be better. Woo! Good job, buddy. Thank you for the assist. I was like, I actually feel like I have played this game before. I remember... Oh. Whoa! He's a tree! Oh. Bo. What does he do? Oh, that's kind of cool. He makes plant things grow. Oh, shoot. That's really neat. Shoot. I didn't mean to go into the next spot. That's really cool. Well, oh, I missed the one guy. I'm sad about that. Oh. Woo! And using all my brain power to think about the timing of this. Oh, shoot. I didn't notice. I didn't notice he was spiky. Oh. Huh. That's new. How do you fight that man's? Whoa. Oh, jeez. I need to stop being impatient. As I swing at nothing. I don't really understand. Oh, I see. Oh, I see. Oh, shit. It went without me. Woo! That was scary. Oh, shit. Woo! Hello, buddy! Oh, I missed. I missed! Ah. There you go. Get that. Oh no. Whew. Wow, wow, wow. I know that's not what it really is saying, but that was scary. What? Oh no. I noticed something, so I was like, oh wait, is that a secret passage? And then I got knocked off. Oop. Platformers are difficult. Come here, birds. Okay, here you go. What is that over there? Oh, it puts me back here. Boy. Okay. Where are these? Oh, I see. What? I don't think that's worth it. Okay. Oh, shoot. Oh my god. Those are so much bouncier than I thought. Hold on. Holy crap. The timing on this is hard. Why? Okay. I was like, why would they have this? Why would this way exist? If not for a reason. Really? Spirit guide. Huh. Ba-dum. One, two. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4. Damn. Oh. Well, actually, it would be easier if I'm back there. Yeah. One, two, three, four. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Oh. Woo. I didn't really think about it that time. Cute! Look at these bees! Love the planet. I really want to make a bee home just because like there's a lot of bees that are displaced, but Wesley was like, I don't want bees in our backyard. And I was like, okay, that's valid, but I want I want to save the bees. Oh. It's okay. I don't need... Oh, wait. Oh, I can suck these up. I almost died there. Woo! I got the puzzle pieces. Oh. I see. Oi. Is it worth it? Bum bum bum. Shit. I got hasty. This level is hard. This level, I think, has taken us almost a whole hour. Okay. You know what? I give up. I give up on getting you. Ugh. Yeah. Once we beat this level, I'm gonna have to end stream because my head hurts. My head hurts from... Okay. Oh. Shit! God damn it. Screw you. Screw you, money. Okay. Oh, Jiminy Christmas. This level is very long and it's been very difficult. Oh my God. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, okay. I'm confused. Oh, okay. Come to treat. What? Oh, okay. Okay. I see. This is very... I said I like platformers. I don't know if I like them anymore. Oh. I don't know if that's animal cruelty or not. Oh, okay. All over again. All over again. Okay. I'm getting a headache from this game. Shit. Okay. Woo! That was stressful. Not this little character doing the Fortnite dance. The floss? That's what it's called? Oh my goodness. That one in particular gave me a headache. Downside surprise. Wormy passageway. We'll try one more. I'm a mouse. Oh, I'm tiny. That's cute. It's Whimsy. Wait, can tiny me climb up here? That's cute. What a clever game design. Cinder's so confused. He's like, Mom, why is your controller making noises? Oh, wait, cute. Oh my God, look at all the cats. I love it. It's so cute. Okay. Goodbye, kitties. Oh, okay. Mouse me can still swim. That's cool. The sound is so funny. Oh. Wow. I got money! You must instantly die if you hit the other one, right? I see. What, breaking your cage wasn't enough to hit ya? Okay, so that's the way forward. That means this is not the way forward. Oh. That was frightening. Oh. There we go. Oh, Bob rescued. Dee 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 dee. Oh my gosh, little me. Oh, this shit's complicated. Okay, and now we go this way. Ugh. This kid likes cheese. Okay. Believe it or not, this is taking up a lot of my brain. Woo! Oh, it was the robot sleeping. I was like, this person is extremely calm for a rat to be nestled up against him. I wonder who the PlayStation special friends are. There's nobody. I see a door. I see a door. I guess it's not a door. I thought maybe that grasshopper was special, but I guess not. I like the baby mushroom having like a... having a little pacifier. Could he baby? Oh! Shit. It's the Katamari guy. The king. I was like, who would it be? Don't do that to me. The brain fatigue is happening. But I want him. I want the Katamari guy. You can't show me him and then be like, no, you can't have him. Oh, maybe I can do this though. There you go. Oh. Okay. Yeah. I think I went the correct way. It's okay. I'm always one person short. Do, 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 do. Ba-dum, ba-dum. Okay. Thank you. Okay, we'll do one more. Wesley's making dinner, so I figured we can play until he's almost close. Thank you! Oh yay, these punchy punchies. Cactus. Oh wait, that's funny. Look at them flexing. That's so cute. Hello, cactus. I'm realizing now all these cactuses are, Oh, it's Ellie! It's Ellie from The Last of Us. That was close. I think it's cute that they have like a game that's kind of celebrating their history. Oops. Okay. Shit. Little cactuses are cute. Do you see them dancing? Or the mushrooms? Dum dum. Groovy! You got this! I like your moves, mushroom! Oh, Joel! Oh my goodness. Oi! Okay. I don't know why I made it so much harder for me. Oh shit. Nice. Nicely done, little guy. Nicely done, Astro Bot. Oh, does that mean this is also? Yeah. Huh. Oh, sorry, guys. Oh, sir, come on. Okay. He's so strong, our little robot. Okay. Is that a clicker? Fungus head. Interesting. Yeah, these characters were Last of Us characters. Ooh. I found Ellie and Joel already. And then the last one was Fungus Head. I guess they just picked a random. Okay, last time one of these guys was holding somebody, so I'm just double checking. The Last of Us, I really want to play them, but they're also very difficult for me to play. I get really freaked out and anxious. Oh shit. Okay. Now we add acid. God damn it. I'm so anxious when I play them and scared, but the story is just so compelling for me. I push through and keep going. Thankfully, Wesley played them for me. Because he really wanted me to play them, so I started playing them and I struggled really badly. God damn it. The minute you add a timer, I cannot. They were definitely several times I had to stop and take a break. Yeah, exactly. Bruh! This is difficult! I need to phone a friend. Really? Yeah. I need to remember to float for that one because it's not quite enough. What do you mean? Oh, I was like, what do you mean you're not gonna launch me? Not them grooving. Ah, fuck. It's fine. $60. I'll consider it, though, for sure. That was the one. That's what I was looking for. Huh. What does that mean? All right. If we can kill this, that means we can finish 2 worlds a session. Maybe 3 sessions then? Oh, can I go through? I'm like, is there somebody up here? Oh, it's time. Time for combat. Against the Kraken. He's a-coming. Ah. Wako Taco. Oi, 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 oi. Okay. Nice. Headbutt, headbutt. Nice, 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 nice. Oh, God. Ugh. Ah! Okay, okay, okay. Oh, shit. Ah! How many times are you gonna punch? Okay, I see. Is that it? Did I win? Oh, shit. I took too much damage early on. Okay. Ah! Dang it. Okay, thankfully we don't have to start completely over. Oh, and I got new hearts! Woo! Hi! Okay. Shit. Okay. Ah! Get out of here, Taco! Wow, he exploded into a firework. Uh-oh. Woo! What am I supposed to do? Oh! Oh, cute! It's Kratos! It's Kratos in the sun! That's really cute. Uh-oh. Oh, okay. Whee! Cute! Oh. We've done it. I'll have to do this a different time. Okay, friends. I think that's where we end for today. Woo! Oh, look! It's my friends! Astro Bot. Okay, Beans. Thanks so much for hanging out. I had so much fun. I got a little bit of a headache from the game, not gonna lie. There's like a little bit of jitter on the screen, which didn't help with my headache. I do get motion sickness, but I had a lot of fun. I had a really good time. That tree level though, kind of took it out of me. It made my head hurt. So that's all the streams for this week. I will be putting out the schedule either Friday or Saturday. So check out the Discord and Twitter and Blue Sky for the schedule next week. We'll most likely continue this, but I also have a sponsored stream I need to do. Kind of like I need to cover a game on stream. So we're gonna play that as well. It's called Tales of Bistoon, I think. It's a Persian story, I think, if I'm remembering things off the top of my head. But it's supposed to be a really cute game, and we were gifted a key, so I wanted to cover it before the time ran out. I have to do it before March 20th, so I figured we could do it next week. And yeah, I think that's everything. I'm also gonna try to get a YouTube video out this week, but I don't know if I'm gonna be able to edit it in time, if I'm gonna be completely honest with you. But I'm hoping. I'm hoping that I will, but it'll most likely be on the main channel. It'll be on the YouTube channel. All of these VODs are going to be on, obviously, on the VOD channel, but I'm hoping to get a Let's Play out on Friday. I'm hoping to get at least one Let's Play out every Friday, and then every other week a vlog, possibly. This month might be at the end of March because I didn't do a whole lot of vlogging for the month of February because we both got deathly sick. But I'm hoping to get some Let's Play videos of games that you haven't seen from stream on the channel. So that will be hopefully soon. Hopefully soon. All right, Beans. Thanks so much for hanging out with me. I had a really great time. That was a lot of fun. It was fun playing the games and like seeing the what's the word? Seeing like the kind of what's the word? Homages, like the little Easter eggs and teasers for all the other games. That was really cute. I really liked it. Okay, friends. Ooh. I'm going to raid because I know we've been talking about it quite a bit. So before we go, let's do the raid message. Really? I swore I had a raid message. That's not it either. That's fine. We're not going to do that one. Let me check. Let me just edit this real quick. This is not what I want. Though we do have our Christmas emotes still up. Those will probably change spring. I was waiting for officially spring to end. I mean, winter to end and spring to happen. This button. We'll do pray. Copy. Paste. Okay. Sorry. I need to I need to fix that button or that message, that command. I guess I didn't fix it. I thought I fixed all my commands. I tried really hard to. So, if you have a subby, then use the subby one. If you are visiting for the first time, then please use the follower and visitor. We are going to raid. Hold on. Because we've been talking about it a lot, I figured we could go raid Nope. Lottieo. I figured we could go raid somebody new. We have a lot of friends online. But I'm gonna try to raid people that are just friends. I'm gonna try to make more connections this year. So let's go visit Likely Latte. They are playing one of my favorite games. One of my favorite comfort games right now. They're playing Infinite Nikki. So let's go give them some love. I will see you guys next week. Keep your eyes on the YouTube channel for a new video, and I will see you Monday. All right, beans, I hope you all have a wonderful night. It was really good to see you. I had a really great time with Astro Bot, and I will see you next time. Bye.